Hi there, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer here in the Storm Center. It is an impact day on this Sunday. We're live on Fox Local, we're live on YouTube, and we're also live on Facebook. So welcome in. Hopefully you watched this on Good Day Orlando this morning and got a little update, but we want to keep you ahead of all of this weather through the rest of our day as we're keeping tabs on a pretty solid sea breeze collision as well as an upper level disturbance that is moving our way. So be sure to bring your questions, hop on Facebook. If you're on YouTube and you're watching us, or if you're watching us on Fox Local, you can always send us an email or send us something that is on the top of your noggin. We're definitely here to try to keep you ahead of the potential for not just some really heavy rain, but also some stronger storms that could develop. So if you're just joining us, we're going to be hanging out for a little while, just talking about what we could see, the rain that's falling right now, and some of the impacts on this Impact Sunday. Really, we're expecting the worst of this weather to start to unfold as we head into the afternoon. That's when the instability will be at its highest. That's when we're going to start to see both sea breezes start to move in from the west coast, the Gulf Coast, and the east coast, and eventually as they meet and we have this upper level wave, all of these factors going to combine for the lift to bring the potential for some stronger storms. So hopefully you're watching us on any platform that we're live on right now, but especially if you're on Facebook and YouTube, you can comment and bring those questions. I'll try to answer them with you live on the air. I'll be able to bounce back and forth between where I'm standing right now and over in our Storm Center where I have access to our computers. So let's take a look at what we're seeing currently. Here's Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, and notice we're not finding any fronts right now. The next cold front is still out to our northwest. So you heard me mention that upper level disturbance. That's just an area of spin upstairs in the atmosphere, or lift. So that's why we're not really seeing a quote unquote front right now on top of Florida, but still seeing rain, still seeing storms. So that's what's driving the rain right now. Now eventually we're going to start to see those sea breezes develop and start to move inland, and that's what's going to aid in sparking more storms. That as well as the lift from this disturbance upstairs in the atmosphere. Seeing the heavier rain right now across the I-75 corridor, across Marion and some of Sumter counties. That's where the heaviest rain has been so far. Not a lot of lightning with this. Remember, the more lightning you're seeing, the more intense the storm is, the stronger that storm is. So right now, currently, Ocala, it's gloomy, it's been gray, it's been raining for most of the morning. Seeing the heavier rain on top of Denellen right now. Hoyt seeing some more moderate rainfall. We're seeing this right along I-75. US 27 heading northbound also picking up on some of that rain, but right now the bulk of it is kind of hugging the I-75 corridor right up into our Fox 51 locales. Anywhere from Alachua County westbound toward Levy, Dixie, and Gilchrist counties, we're seeing some of that heavy rainfall too, and some lightning as well across southeastern Alachua County. Let us know what you're seeing outside your door. You could always send us a photo as well in any of those comments. And speaking of, just because we're talking about the rain right now, let me hop on over to our computer and see if anyone has commented. Let me refresh this. If you're just joining us, we are live on not just Facebook, not just YouTube, but Fox Local as well. We are outlining this Impact Day threat, so to speak, here across Central Florida. I see a couple of comments. Mary Dietz, hi Mary, asking about Brevard County. Joe's asking about the banana trees. Well, I'm hoping that your banana trees will be okay. Mary, so that sea breeze is going to start to move in as we progress through the remainder of our Sunday afternoon. And as it does, we're likely going to see that potential for more storms just inland from the coast. Let me zoom out right now. And I have us using Tampa Bay's radar because of where these storms are in relationship to us, but we're really not seeing anything in Brevard County at the moment, but that will certainly change as we progress through the remainder of our day. I'm going to pull up our Melbourne radar site real fast, and that'll give us a better glimpse as to what is happening currently in Brevard County, but nothing right now in Brevard County. There is a nice little storm offshore of Volusia County, but that's the closest thing we have to Brevard County at the current time. But as we progress through the rest of our day, we're going to see those storms starting to ignite as that sea breeze starts to shift from the coast inland to the west, at least the east coast sea breeze. Now, I was talking about Ocala. You can see the rain. It's gloomy, it's gray. The rain is coming down right now, and this has been the scene all morning long. So if you've been out and about, you're watching us on Good Day Orlando, we were still seeing some sunshine around the Orlando metro, but Ocala, we need the rain, and certainly you've been getting the lion's share of it so far today. It does look a little grayer now from downtown Orlando to Lake Fairview, or Girls Lakeside Cam, our little Skyview, or Skycam tour here, I should say. But at the Space Coast, we're seeing that sunshine. So if you have any plans to get out here in the near term, definitely recommend doing it sooner rather than later, because we're going to start to see the storms igniting and becoming more widespread as we head through the first half of the afternoon. Now, the sunshine, even though it's nice to see on a day like today, it's not really helping us. It's boosting that instability in the atmosphere. And we've already seen the instability levels rise, and that's going to help produce these storms through the remainder of the day. So if you have plans to get out to the parks, maybe trying to enjoy what is left of the Mardi Gras Festival at Universal Orlando, pack the poncho. You can see as we head through the afternoon, more widespread showers and thunderstorms are going to be on the table, and any one of those could pack a punch, and that will likely bring with it, ride delays, especially if any of the rides are obviously outdoors. Anything inside will be okay, but I think bringing the umbrella and the poncho would be a good idea if you had plans to go enjoy the last little bit of Mardi Gras over at Universal Studios. Here's the risk. This is a low-end threat. This is a level 1 out of 5 on our risk scale, a marginal risk from the Storm Prediction Center, or a possibility, here in the green, possibility that a couple of storms could include some gusty wind or some hail. Those are, I'd say, in terms of our severe weather threats, the main concerns. I would say out of all of our factors today that we're keeping a watch on, the heavy rain is going to be the bigger concern because of how much moisture is in the air. Torrential rain is on the table. Thankfully, the tornado threat is really low. It's not zero, but because of the sea breeze interaction, if you have a strong storm already and you see the sea breeze collision, that can sometimes spark rotation in any one of those cells. So that could lead to a spin-up tornado. We'll be watching anything that does start to rotate really closely as we progress throughout the remainder of the afternoon. If you're just hopping on Facebook, you're just joining us on YouTube or on Fox Local, whether that be on your phone, your TV, we are outlining the threats of our Impact Sunday or Impact Day here. So send us your questions, comment. We would love to see what you're thinking. And hey, if you have a picture, you're seeing something outside your door, if you can take a picture safely, we'd love to see it, and maybe we'd feature that photo or video here during the weather forecast or during one of our shows as we progress through the remainder of our Sunday. Here's our Fox model. This is noon. This is essentially now. I have it essentially at the same time that we're talking about. As we progress through the remainder of our early afternoon, watch what happens. We start to see the ignition, the sparking of more widespread storms. This is 4 o'clock. And you can see from the Orlando metro up to the north and east, the reds, the pinks, that's the indication of maybe some small hail, certainly some heavy rain. And then with these storms, because we don't have a lot of wind energy or the twisting of the wind upstairs into the atmosphere, we have a lot of instability. We call this highly unstable but not terribly dynamic atmosphere. So as these storms billow up into the atmosphere, then they can't sustain themselves, they'll crash down. So with that, that could bring some hail and also some gusty wind. So you can see that here as we head through the remainder of the afternoon into the early evening. Dinner time, still storms lingering across our southeastern locales, across some of Volusia, Brevard, Seminole, Orange counties, and even Indian River County. As we progress further into the evening, once we get past, say, 9, 10 o'clock, a lot of these storms are moving away as the best lift is also exiting central Florida. So that's some good news. It looks drier overnight, but with some of the ground being more saturated in the lighter wind, we may have a little patchy fog to talk about early on Monday morning, but it will be a dry morning commute. So that is some good news there. Now, rainfall-wise, we've been talking about this for a while. We're in a drought. We badly need the rain. But the bad thing about today's rainfall is that because of how dry the ground is and how heavy this rain could be, a lot of it could run off. So there could be some minor flooding in some low-lying areas. But you can see a widespread 1 to potentially 2 inches of rain, maybe 3 inches of rain in some of the heaviest downpours. But not all of us will pick up that rain. Some of us may see a little less. It's because of the motion of these storms. It's not like we're going to have a big old wide swath of rain or a big old, front that's going to bring us a line of showers and thunderstorms where we all get similar amounts of rain. It's just a little erratic, the motion of these storms. So someone could get a really heavy amount of rain, someone might get not so much. Now, I wanted to shift our attention. We're going to hang out not too much longer, so if you have any questions, hop on Facebook, let us know. This is the risk of severe weather for tomorrow. This is an enhanced risk here in the orange, or a greater likelihood of more widespread severe weather. Now, this is going to be from a cold front. As this starts to move our way, we could see maybe a couple of storms trying to hang on across north central Florida. That's what we're going to be watching tomorrow. I have this at 6 o'clock. You can see a really solid line of storms. So there could be a spin-up tornado here, certainly gusty wind, heavy rain, maybe some small hail. Now, our main chance of storms tomorrow going to be from the sea breeze. But as this front starts to work in, and if these storms can hold their punch, we can see some of these storms getting into places like our Fox 51 neighborhoods, Alachua, Levy, Dixie, Gilchrist counties, into Marion County. This is 11 p.m. We're losing the punch in the atmosphere, all that instability. So these start to fade away. But it's something we'll be watching. So definitely you want to stay weather aware tomorrow, especially if you're traveling up to the Panhandle. Now, I want to hop back on Facebook. I want to see if any of you have commented. Hopefully you have. Let's see. Drina watching from the sweetest side of Detroit. Thank you. We love that. And we're so glad you're watching from all the way up in Detroit. Karen Stotka, I hope I'm saying that right. Still seeing some blue sky in Wildwood, but we're getting from Stacy Banks Tucker some thundering in Lake Butler, Bradford County. I'm going to refresh this and see if I can get some more comments in here. But we really appreciate those of you watching. Again, if you are just hopping on, we've been outlining the threats today for this Impact Sunday, the Fox 35 Storm Team Impact Day. We're on Fox Local, we're on Facebook, and we're also on YouTube. And this is just the first one that we're doing. We're going to be back every hour on the hour, so I'll be back at 1, and Laurel Blanchard, she'll be coming in as well. So we'll both be monitoring the conditions together, but she'll have another update as we head through 2, 3, and 4 o'clock, depending on how these storms unfold. And if something does look a little threatening, of course, we'll be on to let you know about it on TV, on Fox Local, on all of our platforms. But with that, I'm going to check one more time because I do see a few more comments that have come in here. I'm going to hop on my phone. I think sometimes when you're on the computer, you can't see all of those comments. Sometimes filters the newest ones or the earlier ones out, but let me do that before I hop off here, because that's what we're here to do. We're trying to answer all of your questions. That's why we are on here. Let's see. But thank you for joining us. And again, every hour we'll be back at 1 and we'll be back at 2. Let's see. All right, Greg, you're asking Melbourne. Let me go back to our Fox model real fast. So I was kind of talking about the motion of these storms earlier. It's kind of tough when you have all these different factors coming together. It's not as clear cut as just seeing storms from a cold front, because we have this upper level disturbance and also the sea breeze front and those colliding. It just makes for kind of a messy setup. So let me hop back on over to our Fox model here, and I can take us through time and kind of pause. So I know this is a little bit messy, and I would say just a little overdone, but you can see we're not quite seeing the storms just yet on top of Brevard County, Orange County, Osceola County that this is showing here. But it's a sign that as those fronts start to come together through the afternoon, we'll start to see these storms really sparking up. By 2, 3, 4 o'clock, you're seeing storms on top of Brevard County, Volusia County, and really all across the heart of Central Florida. Michael, you're asking about Daytona, same story. So between, I'd say 2, 3, and 4 o'clock, we start to see that sea breeze really getting going, and the East Coast sea breeze kind of meeting up with the West Coast sea breeze, and you can see more widespread storms. That's what's going to drive that storm threat because right now it's been kind of confined to our far northwestern neighborhoods like Marion County, Sumter County, and northwestward from there. But thank you for all of your comments and questions. I'm going to hop off of Fox Local Facebook and YouTube, and I can try to answer these off the air. But thanks for joining us. And again, we'll be back at 1 o'clock for the latest on our Impact Day to keep you ahead of this messy weather setup that we have. Have a great rest of your day. Hi there, it is 1 o'clock on our Sunday. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer here in the Storm Center on this Impact Day. We are live on Fox Local. We're also live on Facebook as well as on YouTube. So please bring your questions, any comments, any concerns that you may have, and we'll try to get to as many of those as we can. But as I mentioned, it's an impact day. So what is impacting us? We know that weather impacts us each and every day, but today more so than normal. We're expecting a disturbance to move our way. That upstairs in the atmosphere, as well as the sea breeze collision, really going to help bring us more widespread showers, more storms today. The good news is we badly need the rain, so it looks like at least the threat of more widespread rain is with us. So not a drought-busting rain, but anything we do get from Mother Nature certainly going to be a big help. So again, if you're just joining us, hi, we're on Fox Local, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. And we're going to be hanging out for a little while to try to bring you the latest on the threats and the impacts that you're going to see through the remainder of our day. So in terms of our impact day, we're already past noon, now at 1 o'clock. So that was going to be kind of the time frame for this, extending all the way into our early evening. That's when we're going to see that potential for widespread showers, more widespread storms, and the potential for a couple of stronger storms. We do have a severe weather risk, and I'll show you that map in just a moment. But with the moisture in the atmosphere, torrential rain, and yes, with the instability that has developed because of temperatures heating up and the moisture in the air, we have that threat of embedded stronger storms as well. Here's where the moisture is right now, but notice down to our south, already starting to see some showers and thunderstorms igniting. And to the northwest, that's where the greatest lift is in the atmosphere from this upper level disturbance. So you can see that working across north central Florida. Right now we have some more showers and thunderstorms offshore of Volusia County and Flagler County. But we're now already starting to see closer to the Orlando metro some of these showers and thunderstorms that are starting to try and ignite. Already seeing one of those across Lake County right now. We can also see a little bit more activity getting into Indian River County, or just about into Indian River County, I should say. So we're watching all of this. It's kind of a messy setup between the sea breeze collision and this disturbance upstairs in the atmosphere providing the lift. The storm motion, as they all come together, will really just mean a lot of heavy rain and potential thunderstorms as the lift starts to intensify right on top of central Florida. So zooming in, we can see a couple of these. This is Sumter County, just to the west of Bushnell, seeing some lightning there, a solid little downpour, seeing a little shower just to the south and west of Webster, and then one in Lake County, just to the north and east of Claremont, right on top of the Florida Turnpike. Kind of spotty, but if you've been out and about, we had some sunshine across the metro this morning. Now we're starting to see that fade away, and we're starting to see some of these showers and storms. There's another one that's just to the north and east of Bowdoin. So we're going to be watching these little cells that try to pop up. And as we start to see both sea breezes coming together, we'll likely see some of this activity intensify. So that's what we're keeping tabs on. If you're just hopping on, thank you for joining us. Again, we're on Fox Local, we're on Facebook Live, and we're also on YouTube. So with that, I do want to come back up, and we're going to talk a lot more about the threats and the impacts and everything, but I do want to pull up Facebook while I have it, because if you have any questions right now, or at least some of you that may have commented already, I can see what we have in our comments section. And we appreciate you hopping on and joining us. I'm not seeing anything right now or just yet. I'm also going to grab my phone too, because sometimes Facebook, at least on the computer, can be a little bit slow to bring those comments in. So I'm going to do that too, and just make sure I'm not missing anything before I hop back on over to the maps. I know we had a fair amount of questions on our last one. We're doing these every hour on the hour, so we're just past 1, and we're expecting to keep these going. Myself and a meteorologist, Laura Blanchard, she'll be coming in and taking over, and she'll be doing these as we head through the remainder of the afternoon. Yeah, it looks like I'm not seeing anything just yet, but I'm going to keep that up. Alrighty, so back to the maps we go. And I left this with the radar, so I wanted to show you a little sky cam look. Before we do that, because the sky cam actually takes us up to Marion County, you can see the showers that have been ongoing throughout the morning thus far. Still seeing these on top of the I-75 corridor, US 27, back toward Denellen, Early Bird. We can see some of that more moderate rainfall. Right now, not seeing any strong storms, thankfully, but just a nice soaking rain. This is the kind of rain that we do need, and you can see it on our sky cam here as we zip on up to Marion County. This is the kind of rain that is really beneficial because of the drought, the dry conditions we've been dealing with. This is certainly going to chip away at that little by little, but the heavy rain with the drought and the dry conditions, a lot of that can just run off and can cause some minor flooding, so we'll be keeping tabs on that potential as well. Notice it's looking a little more ominous in Titusville now. A little sky cam tour here, even a little grayer in downtown Orlando. Same for Lake Fairview and Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We saw some sunshine this morning, but that is quickly fading away for at least many of our locales. But where there is still sunshine, that's where the instability is really starting to build across southern Florida. Anything that develops there is kind of lifting up in our direction. So we'll be monitoring the entire peninsula for these. Now, I did want to zoom in. I know this is a closer zoomed in view than what we normally have on our Fox model. So I kind of zoomed into Volusia County, back toward Marion County and Lake County. And this is now at 1 o'clock. So we're starting to see, again, this is just a touch overdone because we don't have as widespread of storms across our eastern neighborhoods just yet, closer to the coast, but we will. But the nature of these, you can see as we head through 4 o'clock, the reds, the pinks, that's the potential for maybe some smaller hail. The strongest of storms here indicated by those little pink shadings. And you can see from, say, Altamont Springs through Deltona, DeLand, Daytona Beach, Ponce Inlet, we're seeing those heavier storms. As we head through 6 o'clock, we're starting to see a lot of this shift away, but they're still lingering down across our southern and eastern locales. So that's what we're going to be watching here. Here's the same for 4 o'clock from Osceola County and Polk County eastbound toward Brevard County, from Mitco, Melbourne, Satellite Beach, Cocoa Beach, along the I-95 corridor through 4 or 5 o'clock. We're still seeing likely some good downpours, some thunderstorms, and all these start to shift to the east-southeast through dinner time, probably lingering here a little longer, likely between 9 and 10. We'll start to see these shift away from us, and then we'll see a little bit of clearing, I'm thinking, as we head through the wee hours of our Monday. But with the rain and the lighter wind, we could actually have some patchy fog tomorrow. But notice we're dry for the morning commute, which is good news. If you're getting out to the parks, we started off the day dry, but say you're heading out to Magic Kingdom, maybe you haven't done so yet and you were hoping to do so. The poncho, the rain gear, certainly needed, and we're expecting those widespread storms as we head through the afternoon and evening. Hopefully no impact to the fireworks by that time, maybe these shifting away from Disney World, but still, you'll need to look at that Fox 35 Storm Team app. You can get all the latest in the palm of your hand. We've talked about some of the timing. Let's talk about some of the impacts and kind of the setup here. We have a marginal risk from the Storm Prediction Center. And here in the green, it's a low-end threat, a 1 out of 5, or a possibility that we could see a couple of storms turning strong to severe. That means gusty wind, that means some hail. The tornado threat is not 0, but it is low. Now, in a setup like this, when the sea breezes collide and you have a strong storm, that could aid in getting that storm to rotate, and that could put down a quick spin-up tornado. So that's what we're going to keep tabs on. But the main threat today, from what I can see, aside from the severe threats being the wind and hail, it seems that the gusty, or I should say the heavy rain rather, is going to be the main concern. And then the wind, then the hail, and then the tornadic threat kind of bringing it in there in fourth place, so to speak. But we're going to be watching any cell that starts to rotate, because in this setup, it's certainly a possibility, even though the chances are really slim. So before I time out the Fox model on a more broad view here, our typical view across Central Florida, I want to hop back onto Facebook here and see if I'm missing anything. So let's see. Julie Jansky, hello. You're talking about Lady Lake. Nothing yet for you. Anthony asking about the launch here this afternoon. I believe that's slated for 3:25, if I'm not mistaken. From what I can see now and just what I can imagine, I would think that launch would get scrubbed. Just because we're already starting to see storms south of Brevard County that are lifting northbound. So I would imagine that the launch this afternoon would not happen and it would get pushed back sometime potentially later on this week. Anthony, you were asking about Brevard County. So before I play this out fully, you can see, and you know what I might do here, I'm going to hop in and go to our radar real fast, and you're asking about Brevard County. So let's just do a little zoom in here, at least right now, and we can talk about our Fox model, our future clouds and radar in a moment. We're starting to see, and what I do want to do is switch this off of our Tampa Bay radar site, put that back on Melbourne. So right now we are dry in Brevard County, but notice down to the south, these are lifting in our direction. You can see some showers and thunderstorms offshore, and we can see a couple of these kind of just sparking up in the heating of the day with this disturbance on top of us. So from there, we start to look at the sea breeze potential. So between all of this, we're going to start to see the storms really igniting over the next couple of hours. Also seeing a couple of these up across Orange County, northern Orange County, and one even now just to the east of Deltona. Even that's perked up here in the last few minutes. Same now for those of you in Palm Coast. So it's kind of a messy setup. You might be driving, you might run into a quick downpour, and then all of a sudden you may see the sunshine try to pop out briefly before you hit another one. So that's what we're kind of looking at. I know it's a messy setup. The storm motion is kind of erratic. So thanks for that question. Let's see here. Michelle asking about Eustis. So same story for those of you in Eustis. I know many of you are asking the question, hey, what's it doing in my backyard? What's it going to be doing? As we head throughout the afternoon, we're going to continue to see the coverage increasing and the thunderstorm threat becoming more widespread. So with that, let me take you back to our Fox model, and we'll play this out right now through the next few hours. So this is a little overdone right now because we're not quite seeing this widespread of coverage just yet. So as we head through time, I'm kind of looking at where that lift is, and in doing so, looking where the wind is coming together. That's that lift. So as we head through the next couple of hours, watch what happens. We start to see the coverage really blossom and the storms kind of intensify with the instability that we do have. This is 4 o'clock, anywhere from Flagler County down through Volusia County, through Seminole, Orange, back into Brevard. That's where we're seeing some of this heavy rain. Through dinner time, these start to slowly shift to the east. That's where we're starting to already see some of the lift overhead with that upstairs disturbance exiting. Still lingering showers, still lingering storms, especially for our southern and eastern neighborhoods. As we head through 8, 9, 10 o'clock, we'll likely start to see these shift away from us, heading offshore and then drying out little by little. But with some of that rain and the wind lightening up just a little bit, we may see some patchy fog potentially in some of our communities as we head into our Monday morning. But thankfully, it's looking like a dry start for the Monday morning commute, which is good news. Now, rainfall-wise, I know we've been talking about the drought. We've had the fire danger. The rain is sorely needed. Some of us could pick up over 2 to potentially even 3 inches of rain if you're under one of those downpours that's kind of slow to move. Because we don't have the strong wind upstairs in the atmosphere, these are not going to be moving all that quickly. And the motion is going to be kind of, again, kind of erratic, kind of crazy because of the sea breeze interaction, this disturbance upstairs, all these factors are going to make for not the most crisp looking scenario where we have these storms, say, going from west to east across the peninsula and lifting away from us. But either way, any rain we do get is going to help. Some spots may not see an inch, some spots may see a little less if you're not under one of those downpours. So that's how we see some of these differing totals. One spot, one community picks up a lot of rain while another one might not see as much. But either way, it's a help. Now, I know we're focusing on today, but I also want to focus a little bit on tomorrow because you're seeing this orange shaded color up here. This is an enhanced risk. This means numerous severe storms are a possibility ahead of a cold front. It's a different setup than what we have today. So if you're traveling, say up to northwestern Florida, up to the Panhandle, there's going to be a solid line of storms moving in throughout our Monday. Now this low-end threat, this green, the marginal risk or the possibility of a couple of storms turning severe, that does jut down into Lake County and Marion County and includes our Fox 51 locales. That's as this line starts to slide to the south and east. Still, if it holds on, could produce a couple of stronger storms. So we'll be watching that tomorrow and how that line of thunderstorms unfolds in the heating of the day. But it looks much worse across Alabama, Georgia, and up into the Carolinas. So if you're just hopping on, maybe you're joining us on Fox Local on your phone, your TV, you're on Facebook, you're scrolling, you find us. We are breaking down the Impact Sunday, our impact threats, so to speak, what makes today an impact day. So if you want to have maybe your question or comment answered, please hop on. We're also on YouTube, and once we get off quote unquote the air, I'll try to look at some of those questions if we don't get to all of them, because I know there were quite a lot coming in, and we appreciate that. You can see our future clouds and radar picture here. This is tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock. Our main threat of storms tomorrow is going to be from the sea breeze, but there's that line I was just talking about. This is going to continue to slide to the south and east through dinner time, and then it starts to close in on our Fox 51 neighborhoods. But you can see the storms kind of fizzling out. Same with the cold front. It looks like that's going to be the scenario, but when you have a big complex of storms like that, it's tough to weaken it, especially if it has a favorable environment to work with. And tomorrow we are going to have the instability, but this is happening later in the evening, so that instability is fading. So that's some good news. Something we'll continue to watch closely, but that's something to stay on top of tomorrow, especially if you're traveling to the northwest. Maybe you were hoping for a little break from the mugginess and cooler weather. Well, we're not really going to get any sort of influx of cooler air behind this either. As this front slowly shifts to the south and east, we could still see a couple of showers or maybe a storm or two on Tuesday as well before we start to see high pressure build back in. So I'm hopping back on Facebook here. Just want to see if anyone else has mentioned anything. Anthony, we're so glad to answer your question. Angie, hello, Angie O'Connor. You're asking about Polk County. So let me hop back to the radar and zoom out here. Right now, seeing a couple of storms, or at least downpours that will likely turn into thunderstorms here in Polk County. But for the most part, you are dry. Excuse me, that is actually Osceola County. Polk County, you are dry right now. Let me just go back to our view here. Yeah, Polk County, you're okay right now. We've had a couple of storms dancing to the north and west of you, but for now, we're not looking too bad. And what I will do, just because it's a little bit closer to our Tampa Bay National Weather Service radar site, you can see some north and west of you, but overall, Polk County's dry. Osceola County's starting to see some of those storms or downpours igniting. And that's what we're going to see through the remainder of the afternoon and into the evening. Let's see, Jeremy Gibson, 7 p.m. parade. A lot of storms going to be going on. I'm not sure where that parade is, Jeremy, but I would think at that time there's still going to be fairly widespread coverage of showers and thunderstorms. Let's see, and this is great. Brooks is joining us. Hi, Brooks. Mentioning that, kind of reiterating what we've just been talking about. Severe storms possible, not expecting a watch right now. And that's coming from collaboration between National Weather Service offices and the Storm Prediction Center. So that's some good news. We're not expecting a big, large-scale outbreak of severe weather. And we weren't thinking that anyway, but it's always good when you get that confirmation that's not what we're expecting. But that doesn't mean we couldn't have a couple of isolated, stronger storms. Kyle, hello there. You're asking about Orange County. So right now, is Orange County, we've had a couple of showers trying to develop here in Orange County, but as we zoom out, you can see what is down to our south. So all of this is kind of lifting to the north, and as we start to see these storms intensifying from the west coast and the east coast as these sea breeze fronts start to come together and we still have that spin in the atmosphere upstairs, between all these factors, we're going to start to see that coverage across the metro. So right now, even in the last couple minutes, we've seen some of these try to perk up. Same for those of you in Seminole and Volusia counties. There's one just to the east of Deltona. No lightning with that one. Going to kind of hug Route 1 heading up to New Smyrna Beach. If you're out at the beach, definitely want to be watching the sky and watching the radar. Let's see here. I'm so happy to see all these questions and comments, so thank you for hopping on. Thanks for submitting what has been on your mind. A lot of it is just kind of asking, I think I've hit on a lot of these. Brevard County, I've hit on Osceola, Polk. Peter asking about airport delays. Hi there, Peter. I guess it just depends on when your flight is, but as we head through the afternoon, the rest of it into the early evening, I wouldn't be shocked if there are some delays, maybe some ground stops heading out of MCO or Sanford or Daytona or wherever that airport may be here across the heart of the Sunshine State. Mary saying, thank you. We're so happy to do this, Mary. Thank you so much for hopping on. All righty. Well, I know there's a lot of comments here. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for all of the concerns that you've brought to us here in the Storm Center, but we're not done. Laurel is going to be coming in. Actually, she'll probably be in here in the next few minutes. So every hour on the hour, at least as far as we think the threat will be there, which is really through the rest of the day, we're going to be breaking in on Fox Local, on YouTube, on Facebook, and covering these storms and bringing you the latest. So right now it's 1:21, so expect in the next 40 minutes for us to be back on the air. Of course, Laurel will be live on Fox 35 this evening at 5 and later on at 10 as well to break down these threats as well. So be sure to, if you have maybe a photo that you've gotten of the storms or any more questions or comments, throw them in and we'll try to get to them as we progress throughout the rest of the day. But if you're traveling, stay safe, and we'll see you in about 40 minutes at 2 o'clock.
Hey everybody, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here with just a quick update on what we can expect through the rest of the afternoon. We are here on Fox Local, we're live on YouTube, we are live on Facebook, so feel free to join in and keep involved in the conversation as we continue to talk about some of the thunderstorms that we can see, very typical of what we normally see in July and August as we head through the rest of the afternoon. So really we're just going to continue to see those very gloomy skies out there. A couple of storms popping up, and some of them may be on the stronger side. We're in that level 1 out of 5 for severe weather today, so maybe seeing an isolated strong or severe storm as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Also maybe seeing a couple of severe storms as we head through the day tomorrow up towards the Gainesville area, but other than that we should be in for a very summertime-like week as we take a look a little bit further ahead. But let's focus in on the present, starting to see some thunderstorms pop up, and we're going to switch over to the touchscreen real quick so we can do some live analysis of the radar right now. This is looking in on the Melbourne radar. So what we can see at the moment, this storm going to be really starting to develop, especially across the northern I-4 corridor is what we can see right here. So as we do draw just a little bit, we do have storms coming up from the south. These ones are going to really just linger along the I-95 corridor, but then we also have this cluster of storms continuing to make its way more towards the northeast right here. So as these storms continue to push up, and we're going to actually also see a little bit of a sea breeze action right here, especially all in here. So Orlando, Deltona, Daytona Beach, these areas are going to be seeing more of those widespread thunderstorms as they really start to pick up the pace as we head into a little bit later on. So this is where we can expect those storms within the next couple of hours. I would say sweet spot is between 3 and 4. That's getting up into the heat of the day. We also saw a little bit of sunshine earlier on this morning, which kind of adds a little bit of fuel to the flame as we head into this afternoon. So just make sure you are sticking with us, especially as we start to see both of these systems collide. Once again, right around the Orlando up towards Daytona area, and especially even up into Flagler County, going to be seeing those storms really pick up as we head into a little bit later on this morning. And with that, we could see a lot of torrential rain. Closing in on a couple of the storms that we have now, let's do a little bit of a quick reset. Moving down just a little bit further, this is our Tampa radar. I'm actually going to switch over to our Melbourne radar very quickly. And over here, this is where we can see most of those storms right now. A couple of storms, especially across Port St. Lucie, making their way up the I-95 corridor into Melbourne. And I also want to turn on the lightning and the lightning count as well, because one thing that we actually do take a look here as meteorologists is when we see a lot of lightning picking up in a short amount of time, this is what can lead into the very quick development of storms, and that's exactly what we'll see a little bit later on this afternoon, again from Orlando up to Daytona. So just be prepared for a lot of lightning as well as a good amount of rain as those showers just continue to rain themselves out. So overall, here's what we're looking at the moment. A good amount of storms just down to the south, one moving up from Indian River County just into Brevard County. So with this one, we're going to be seeing a good amount of lightning with that as well, just to close in on that area. Looking at about 96 lightning strikes as the storm continues to make its way northward. Looks like it's kind of dying down and then picking back up, and that's due to the sea breeze at the moment. Moving into a couple of other storms that we're just seeing across our region. A couple of little scattered showers popping up from Orange County up into Seminole County, but then as we make our way to westward, especially Spring Hill up to Ocala, these storms are really going to be starting to move towards the northeast, and these are what's going to collide as we head into a little bit later on this afternoon. So that's the current radar. Once again, just to do like a little bit of a reset and what we can see through the rest of the afternoon. You can already see these storms, especially along the far side of the state. We can see up the I-95 corridor. Once again, if we draw just a little bit, all of these storms going to continue to make their way northward. But on the flip side, we also have all of these storms over here continuing to make their way northeast. So once these storms collide, again, very similar to what we normally see on a July and August afternoon, this is what's going to spark a good amount of thunderstorms along the north central and northern I-4 corridor. Again, Orlando down to the theme parks, Kissimmee, all the way up to Daytona Beach. This is where we can see some of those thunderstorms really pick up at their strength. Probably within the next hour, 2 hours is when we'll start to see that really pick up. All right, so we're going to switch back over to the weather wall real quick and talk about what's in store for the rest of the afternoon. And while we're doing this, I'm going to do a quick check on Facebook and make sure we are set there. But again, we're going to be live throughout the rest of the evening, so just make sure you are sticking with us. If you have any questions, please feel free to write in. And we're going to be, once again, very much closely covering these storms, even though this is not necessarily completely out of the question as we head through the rest of the evening. Overall, we're going to be seeing the storms continuing to pop up, very similar to what we normally see on a July and August afternoon. But as we head into the end of March, this isn't really totally out of the ordinary. However, it's just odd enough that we're making today an impact day. Once we really start to see these very regular, especially through the summertime, probably won't be seeing as many impact days. But today, of course, lots of people out and about enjoying the theme parks, especially the beaches. But we are going to be seeing a good amount of rain coming in about the end of the day today. And we are in that level 1 out of 5 for severe weather. So ultimately what that means, level 1 out of 5, not necessarily extremely likely that we're going to be seeing severe weather. However, there is the possibility that we could see an isolated severe storm or a couple of special weather statements get popped up if those storms really start to develop quickly. So with that, here's what we're looking at for the rest of the afternoon. Our Fox model doing very well right now. And as we head through the rest of the afternoon, these storms going to continue to make this little bit of a northerly track, and as those sea breezes collide right where we were talking about that northern I-4 corridor, yeah, this is exactly where we can see those heavier amounts of rain as we head through the rest of the evening. So this is about 5:30 p.m. Storms slowly start to calm down, not tapping into that energy that we got during the day. And as we head into about 7, 8, 9 o'clock, things are going to be looking drastically different, much calmer. And even as we head into your Monday morning, things are looking good as well. But heads up if you're in the Gainesville area tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. A cold front that's really sparking up severe weather across the central part of the country, very significantly weakening as it makes its way down towards us. However, Gainesville, you may be seeing a little bit of rain as we take a look very late Monday night and early Tuesday morning. So that's what we're looking at forecast-wise through the rest of the afternoon. So now let's talk threats. Wind definitely going to be number 1, and then heavy rain easily number 2. So wind-wise, it's going to get gusty, especially if you are in those areas where you're going to see the really uptick in those thunderstorms. But heavy rain is, of course, that number 1 threat as we head through the day today, because we are in those drought conditions. We're going to be seeing a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Usually with thunderstorms, if they pick up very quickly and die down very quickly, that means there's a lot of rain, and we're going to get soaked with that rain as we head into a little bit later on. With those storms colliding, though, we have sea breeze coming in from the east, sea breeze coming in from the west, and then we have an upper level system kind of just fueling all of this as well. So there is the very, very low possibility of a quick spin up. We just like to mention that it's not probable. However, the chance is not 0. So we're just going to be very much monitoring any sort of rotation because of those storms colliding. They could just produce just enough spin that there could be a funnel cloud. So it's something that we're just going to be watching very closely through the rest of the evening. So we're just going to put a couple numbers to this as we head through the rest of the afternoon. We can really see those winds gust up, especially at about 4 p.m. We're probably looking at about 20, 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts as we take a look a little bit later on. Still continuing to stay gusty through the evening, and then finally starting to calm down headed through the overnight tonight. It still will be breezy. Those winds not going to be completely died down, but we are going to be seeing a little bit much more of that relief headed into that morning commute tomorrow morning. Now let's talk rain totals, because that's especially what we're keeping a very close eye on as we head through the rest of the evening. Taking a look, especially once those storms really blossom and pick up. Here's what we're looking at right now. Already starting to see some of those rain totals, especially across Levy, as well as parts of Marion County, Flagler County. But once those storms really pick up, we could definitely see a good amount of rain, especially from Orlando to Deltona and Daytona Beach. These areas where we're going to see the majority of those thunderstorms really pick up the afternoon is where we could see the most rain as those rain storms just completely dump out. And really the one thing that we're just concerned about is the flooding potential. We've been talking about the drought monitor for quite a while, and that those drought conditions just slowly start to get a little bit worse. So with that, we're just going to keep a very close eye, especially on this area right here, as they're still experiencing those moderate drought conditions. So with that, just make sure you are being careful, make sure you're staying weather aware. And again, those areas, especially from Orlando up to Daytona, could be seeing the most rain this afternoon. So just make sure you are staying once again, weather aware and keeping an eye on any flood advisories as well. We've been keeping those mostly cloudy skies through the afternoon. A little bit of a good sign. We did see a little bit of that sunshine earlier on, and it just looks like that camera was kind of switching around just a little bit, but those clouds really helping us out this afternoon, hopefully putting a little bit of a cap on the atmosphere so those storms won't rise as much and reach that severe level. So that's something that we're just going to be very much focusing in on as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Let's switch back to the Weather Center, take a look at our Facebook comments very quickly to wrap this up. And what we're looking at for Facebook at the moment, seeing a couple of questions out there. Hey everybody, how's everyone doing on this Sunday? But again, if you're just joining us here in Central Florida, just moved into the region, this is very typical of what we normally see in July and August. So this is something that's going to be very normal for us as we head into the summer months. But for now, we are just going to be keeping a very close eye on things as we head through the rest of the evening. Really just going to be seeing a lot of rain as well as a lot of wind as we head through the day tomorrow. Lori Wilson says, will this be cleared up by tomorrow? Yes, it will. Storms really calming down as we head through the latter half of the overnight tonight. So we should be saying we should be really seeing those storms calm down quite a bit. Mostly cloudy skies, breezy conditions for that morning commute tomorrow, but I don't think there's going to be any severe storms in Orlando. However, we did talk about a frontal boundary that's going to significantly weaken, maybe bringing an isolated storm across the Gainesville area. So storms or just rain? Sandy, we're going to be seeing a little bit of both. So thunderstorms, very typical of what we see in the summertime, and that could lead to a good amount of lightning as well. Lots of rain expected, especially here in the Orlando area. If I go back a couple of graphics here, we could see upwards of 4 inches across areas of Orlando and Daytona. And if you'd see back right here, if I move forward just one more, in Deltona, you see that little bright purple spot? That's where we could see the possibility of 4 inches of rain as we head through the rest of the afternoon. So as we take a look a little bit later on, this is what we're going to be focusing in as we head through the rest of the evening. All right, that's pretty much the rest of the questions of what we have right now. A couple of folks watching at the moment, but overall, we're going to be in for a stormy afternoon. Not necessarily the best way to wrap up a weekend, but it is going to be stormy out there for sure. So just make sure you are staying weather aware. We'll be here watching the radar, so just go about your business through your Sunday, but we are going to be very much closely watching in on the possibility of some thunderstorms that could get on the stronger side as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Make sure you're still continuing to tune in to Fox 35. Tune in on Fox Local. We'll be on air after pickleball later on this evening, I believe from 6:30 to 7 if that game ends on time. And we'll be very much keeping an eye on these storms for you through the rest of the afternoon. Have a great night, everybody.
Stay safe and track storms with the Fox 35 Storm Team app.
Hey everybody, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here with your Sunday evening forecast. We're still going to be expecting those thunderstorms to pick up as we head through the rest of the afternoon into the evening, finally starting to calm down as we head through the overnight tonight. And because of those storms that we normally see during the summertime in the middle of summer, we're really going to be expecting those as we head into the rest of the afternoon. So join us here at Fox Local. We're going to be also streaming on Facebook as well as YouTube. So make sure you're typing in any questions that you might have, putting those in the comments, and we'll see if we can answer those in just a few minutes. But really real quick, what I just want to do right here, take a look at the current radar and really pin down where we're going to be seeing those storms pick up as we head through the rest of the afternoon, but also take a look at how much rain we could get and take you through the rest of the forecast as we head through the rest of your weekend. So again, we're right now streaming on Fox Local as well as Facebook and YouTube. So again, if you do have any comments, questions, concerns, definitely write it in and we'll be sure to hopefully answer those at the end of the stream. But right now I am going to real quick just share what we have right here. Overall, we're just starting to see those storms pick up just a little bit, and we're going to switch over to the weather monitor so we can actually do some live radar analysis of what we have right now. So really, if I zoom out just a little bit more, this is us using our Melbourne radar. And so if we do take a look right here, we have a lot of storms that are continuing just to make their way off coast and are going to follow off coast down towards Miami. And we're still keeping an eye on a few of those storms continuing to make their way further inland as we take a look more on the west coast. These storms going to continue to make their way further east, creating a little bit of a sea breeze collision. Again, this is something that we normally see in the summertime in July and August, and this is what's going to create those pretty pickup thunderstorms that are going to be as we head through the rest of the evening. So that's ultimately what we can expect timing wise. So from now until about 8-9 p.m., just keep an eye to the skies because we are going to be seeing those thunderstorms, especially along the northern I-4 corridor. So again, keeping an eye on these storms that we have out here right now, you can see from Miami all the way up to Port St. Lucie, we're still going to be seeing these storms almost kind of follow the coastline, making their way to the north. But then we also have these storms over here that are going to almost make their way directly east, just slightly off to the north. But that's what's just going to create a lot of thunderstorms from Disney up to probably Daytona Beach as we head through the rest of the afternoon. So let's actually close in a little bit, do a little reset here, and zoom in on our viewing area so we can actually pin down where we're starting to see those thunderstorms right now. So right here we have a couple of clusters of thunderstorms making their way just up the I-95 corridor, closing in on Cocoa Beach right here. We have a little bit of a thunderstorm cluster at the moment. About 100 lightning strikes with this, just very heavy rain associated with this little cell right here. This is what's going to continue to make its way northward. So Lake Poinsett, they're going to be sitting there in a little bit. Port St. John, you're probably going to see this storm within the next 10 or so minutes. Same with Titusville, probably within the next 20 minutes, going to be seeing this storm continue to make its way up. None of these storms severe yet, but we are in that level 1 out of 5 for severe weather across the entire central part of Central Florida. So we could see 1 or 2 of these storms get up to a stronger strength as we head through the rest of the afternoon. So zooming out just a little bit, we talked about that cell right here. Seeing a couple more of those cells starting to pop up just along the St. Johns River, and that's really about it of what we can see at the moment. But we also do have another set of storms making their way east, and we'll talk about why we're going to see those storms really blossom as we head through the rest of the afternoon. But this is what we're looking at right now. Just over Spring Hill, seeing a good amount of that lightning really starting to pick up, and you can see these storms making their way just off to the northwest. And ultimately, what's this going to do if I recenter our graphic right here? And this is what's really going to happen as we head through the next couple of hours. So we're going to be busy watching the radar out there for sure. Zooming out just a little bit more. Again, we talked about these storms over here on the east coast slowly following up the I-95 corridor, but then we also have these storms right here making their way just off to the northeast. So ultimately what these are going to do is that they're going to collide. And when that happens, we have air just being pushed up into the atmosphere, and with all the energy that we got today, it's very humid in the atmosphere today, which we can really feel if you step outside. It's really what's just going to bubble up and allow all of these storms to really pick up right around here, especially even in the I-95 corridor, Titusville up through Disney, Orlando, Deltona up to Daytona Beach. This is really what's going to be the sweet spot for those storms as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Right now, though, if we clear and reset just a little bit, I do want to take a look at the accumulation of what we've seen so far. So as we take a look at the rain rate just with these storms right here, we're seeing possibly about 4 inches per hour. So as these storms continue to pick up and develop as we head through the rest of the afternoon, we're going to be looking at a lot of rain in a short amount of time. And that's what's going to be one of our main threats as we head through the rest of the afternoon. So let's actually switch over to our weather wall to really break down what's in store for the rest of the evening. So from now until about 8 p.m., torrential rain and storms is on tap, very typical of a July and August afternoon. And again, we mentioned that there is a severe storm threat. It's on the low end, but still not counting out the question that we may see a stronger thunderstorm as we head through the rest of the afternoon. So here's timing right now. We're still going to be keeping an eye on those storms continuing to make their way up the I-95 corridor, that cluster that we saw moving in from the west. That's what's going to collide with those storms moving north. And again, that's what's just going to really pick up the activity right down the northern I-4 corridor, creating possibly some heavy rain up by Palm Coast. And again, that's just going to linger right down to Orlando, up to Deltona and Daytona Beach. And you'll notice that parts of that rain going to be that light magenta color. And that's where we could see the heaviest rain as it even continues to push back off eastward over Mims and Cocoa Beach as we head into later on. This is about 10 p.m. and then things really starting to calm down as we head through the overnight tonight. So that's ultimately what we're looking at timing-wise by about 11 p.m. Things should be pretty much clear through the overnight. You're looking at a humid morning commute tomorrow, but heads up, we are going to keep those mostly cloudy skies around. We still have that very warm air coming up from the south, creating those very warm temperatures as you're headed out the door, as well as those humid conditions. Headed through your Monday, though, especially for that evening commute, keep an eye on the forecast. We are going to be seeing a couple of scattered showers along the I-95 corridor, and we're going to be keeping an eye on a frontal boundary too. This is what could push a stray thunderstorm into the Gainesville area as we head into your Monday night. So just make sure you are staying weather aware with us through the next couple of days. So for storm threats, heavy rain is going to be number one, especially with the possibility of 4 inches per hour. Some areas again possibly seeing upwards of 4 inches of rain as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Wind, lots of lightning. We're already starting to see that out there. But because of those two air masses colliding, we could see a quick spin up tornado. That's not a huge threat, but it's not zero. So wind gusts 40 to 55 miles per hour, heavy downpours, which could lead to possible flooding, as well as the possibility of some very frequent lightning, especially if you're caught in some of those heavier storms. Overall for the forecast, though, again, we were talking about that rain total. So Palm Coast, we're possibly seeing a good cluster of that heavy downpours, as well as near Deltona. So with that, we could see upwards of 4 inches of rain in those localized areas, which could cause some localized flooding. And again, we've been seeing those drought conditions through the rest of the overnight, and we've been keeping a track on that through the past couple of weeks. So just make sure you are being careful and weather aware as we continue to track all this very heavy rainfall. And of course, Fox 35 Storm Team will be covering this through the rest of the overnight tonight, so just make sure you're tuning in. We're going to be on air after pickleball on Fox, so somewhere between 6:30 and 7, fingers crossed if that game gets over on time, we should be on then, so make sure you join us. If not, we'll be on air pretty frequently and over at Fox Local, on Fox Weather, as well as over Facebook, as well as YouTube and even Twitter. We'll be on there for quite a bit, so just make sure you focus in, and make sure you also just keep an eye on the forecast as we head through the rest of your Sunday. Have a great night.
Stay safe and track storms with the Fox 35 Storm Team app.
Hey everybody, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard with a quick update on the storms that are continuing to brew up for this afternoon. We're seeing a couple of weather statements be issued, keying in on a couple of cells that are on the stronger side. So let's get right into the radar. Taking a look, we're going to switch over to our touchscreen monitor real quick and reading off just a couple of the alerts that are being fired off from the Jacksonville as well as the Tampa National Weather Service, because right now we're keeping an eye on two cells that are on the stronger side. They're not at severe strength, but they're kind of getting there. And once again, we're keeping an eye on a couple of sea breeze storms, seeing those sea breezes colliding over the northern I-4 corridor. This is what's going to create the possibility of those storms creating a lot of rain and a lot of lightning over the next couple of hours. So just make sure you are staying weather aware. First off, I'm just going to read off the National Weather Service for what we're seeing, especially in Tampa. That's going to be continuing to move into Lake County, already impacting parts of Sumter County as well. So let's start here on the radar at the moment. Right now, seeing a good amount of lightning, about as over the past couple of minutes, 167 lightning strikes. This was a little bit more powerful a couple of minutes ago, having over 250 lightning strikes. But as it's continuing to make its way eastward, this storm's slowly starting to fizzle out. So this special weather statement in effect until 4:45, especially for areas in Sumter County, and it's mainly due to the wind. So as we take a look, this is what the National Weather Service is saying. This is moving at about 15 miles per hour eastward, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and we're seeing also some pea-sized hail just north of Dade City, where we're seeing some of that lightning right there. Looks like there is just some heavy rain, so that could just be what's mistaken with that very heavy rain versus hail. But there is still the possibility that we could see some hail with some of those stronger thunderstorms that could pop up as we head through the rest of the afternoon. So once again, special weather statement. This is just a cell that is on the stronger side that the National Weather Service wants you to be aware of. But then there's also another one that we're keeping an eye on as well. So this is part of that cluster that we're keeping a very close eye on this evening. But then we can see right here up towards Gainesville, this is Marion County, going to continue to see this little cell right here, about 60 lightning strikes with that one, slowly making its way into eastern Marion County and starting to make its way over into Putnam County as well. National Weather Service, Alachua County, we're continuing to see this storm make its way through. But this one right here, this is in effect until about 4:30 p.m. with this little cell right here. And this one is mainly issued for the wind. So winds right now, according to the National Weather Service, reaching about 40 miles per hour. And because it does have a lot of rain associated right here, just moving out of the Gainesville area, that's also another reason for the special weather statement this evening in Alachua County. So that's ultimately what we can see throughout the rest of the evening. Most likely going to be seeing more of these special weather statements get issued as we head into a little bit later on this evening. But doing a little bit of a reset once again, still keeping an eye on a couple of clusters of those thunderstorms continuing to make its way up now into Volusia County. A little bit of rain was in western Orange County, but still continuing to see these storms move up the I-95 corridor as we head through the rest of the overnight tonight. So what are we in for? As we take a look and just maneuver the radar just a little bit, let's stop this loop so we can still see the active warnings coming in. What we're seeing right now is we're seeing two storm systems at play. So with this one right here, we'll start off on the I-95 corridor. All these storms going to continue to make their way following the I-95 corridor into like this northern path. However, these storms that we're tracking over here, they're continuing to make their way eastward. So what we're going to see is a little bit of a collision right here between Orlando, Deltona, and Daytona, which could lead to some very heavy downpours. So just make sure you are staying weather aware with us here on Fox Local. And we're going to be on, especially later on the air after pickleball later on this evening. So that's just active radar right now. Now let's take a look at what we can see for the forecast for the rest of the evening, switching over to the weather wall. For the rest of the day, it is an impact day, keeping that intact until about 8, 9, 10 p.m. once those storms officially die down. And we're just going to be keeping a very close eye on the radar as we head through the rest of the evening. So expect a good amount of rain. This is a loop of what we can see over the next hour. Some of the models not necessarily picking up what's currently on the radar the best, but what we can see with this future model right here, just forecasting the next couple of hours, all of this rain continuing to make its way eastward, and this is what's going to drop a lot of rain, especially along the I-4 corridor, the Villages, up through Gainesville, and continuing to make its way over to Daytona and Palm Coast. We could also see a couple of heavy downpours. With that as well, going to be seeing that rain, also going to be seeing a good amount of lightning as the storms continue to pick up. So we've already seen a couple of severe weather, special weather statements get issued. So with that, we could still see the possibility of a strong or severe storm as we head through the rest of the evening. So taking a look at those storm threats, heavy rain is number one. We've been seeing heavy rain starting to move into the area. Gainesville just got hit with a good amount of rain right now. So we're going to be continuing to watch that. And from those special weather statements that we were reading off earlier, that wind is extremely gusty right now, clocking in 40-mile-per-hour winds, where we were keeping an eye on those scattered showers and thunderstorms that were flagged on the stronger side. But again, because we're going to see that collision between the two, not counting out the chance of a very quick tornado possible as we head through the rest of the overnight tonight. That is the lowest by far out of the threats that we can see right here, but still it is possible. So through the rest of the evening, keeping those wind gusts between 45 and 55 miles per hour. Heavy downpours with the possibility of flooding through the overnight, and we'll talk with that as well in just a moment. And lots of lightning also possible as we head through the rest of the evening. Now for the forecast rainfall, we desperately need this rain, but it almost comes at a cost as well. So taking a look through the rest of the evening, we can see areas especially up the northern I-4 corridor from Orlando up to Daytona get a little bit more of that heavy rain, including areas of Palm Coast as well. We've been seeing some thunderstorms again just traveling up the I-95 corridor, so Melbourne already clocking in a good amount of rain already. But with that, we desperately need this rain, and this is good rain. However, on the flip side, we're in a drought as well. So the ground is very dry. It's not able to absorb the water as quickly. So with that, it could lead to some possible localized flooding as we head through the rest of the evening. So just make sure you are staying weather aware with us. And as we take a quick look at your 7-day forecast, we are going to be seeing a taste of summer. So today we're getting those summertime like afternoon storms. But as we take a look later on this week, we're going to be flirting with the 90s all this week. So we're just going to continue to see those temperatures hot, conditions humid through the next couple of days. And that's ultimately what we're going to be in for. So get ready for the summertime switch up as we head through the next couple of days, especially through the majority of next week. It's going to be hot and it's going to be humid. Just make sure you're sticking with us here on Fox Local. We'll also be live on Facebook if things start to get a little dicey out there. Just make sure you're staying weather aware through the rest of the evening. Have a great night.
Stay safe and track storms with the Fox 35 Storm Team app.